Hi, Mystery. How is you? Staring at a book screen? Hehe. Yes, work on your book. I swear, the ads need to hurry. There they are. Want to see an excerpt? Heck yeah. Put it in the art thing. Either that or reading and writing. That is a good category to put it in. That way I can look when I'm not streaming. Oh yeah, my headset's too loud. Share screen on Discord. I would just put it in reading and writing. Just where I just started stream. Yeah. Remind me later, and I'll look at it. Yeah, it would. That's not a good thing. That's why I was saying if you wanted to, you could. Sophie, ma'am. I'm not even. Oh, ads are already done. Fuck. What am I doing with my life? Intro and disc, though? Yeah. We already got Ophi on my lap. How is you guys? Pretty basic thing without spoiling. Don't know how to proceed in it. I am always down to beta test. Well, beta read. Read things y'all write. Five chapters in? Heck yeah. But I did put in Discord that there are some new... Oh shit. Ta-da. It's gonna be a hot second before I... Oh, I gotta turn the latest back on. I have played Cold to the Lamb before. I have my own save. And we will have the extension. Reading and writing if it's not gonna dox you, but if it is gonna dox you, then yeah, just DM me. Because you can always be like, I put this here for Lunar. What if I don't want to kneel to be sacrificed? What if I don't want to be the sacrifice? Prophecy will be impossible. Yeah, heck. Yeah, no. Do you have all the channels turned on? Under hobbies, that was minimized. Yeah. I still don't like the one who waits. Yes, I am okay with you just DMing it to me. Yes, sir, absolutely. We absolutely are starting a cult. Recruiting followers. I think I have to be out of the tutorial to actually, like... Hi, Sable. There we go. Fuck your rocks. You think we have to have our first follower before I can turn on the extension? It's for now. Hello. Sent the intro via DM. Heck yeah. Oh, I got a coin. I get anything else from... Or do I have to do the I think I still have to do the intro for that. Hey! Stable! Ow! Ow! Stable. Ma'am. Authorize. Fifth kind of planned out with Broad. Heck yeah. One sec, I need to go see what Sable wants. You redeem that for bingo since Sable just jumped on me. Alright. Had to text Zeph since Sable wants to go outside and she's kind of hurting me, so. And there's Mama Lunar. Y'all are getting a lot for bingo today. Alright, sorry about that, chat. Y'all ever have, like, your parent be like, hey, can you check on a subscription for me? And you're like, I don't know anything about it, Mom. I'm sorry. But then they just start sending you their account info or what they think their account info is because they think you're like Google. That is what Mama Lunar's doing. Channel points automatically. And go. Cool. Alright, chat. Yay, gold. I wish Cult of the Lamb would like allow raids on like on your cult. It'd be really cool if like I had to worry about y'all getting attacked. Yoink. I'm just clicking through what Ratau says. Refresh cable and I'll set it at easy for now. There we go. We'll do a quick little raffle to be a follower in the game. Thank you for lurking, Mystery. Have fun working on your book. Wait, will it let me? Oh, it lets me join my own little raffle. Well, that's cute. I'll let it go a little bit longer. See if we get anybody to join. Alright. Oh, we got another one. Nice. Go ahead. And oh, I feel bad. I didn't know it would actually pick me. Likes to come. I'm a jerk? Yeah, I'm a jerk. How am I a jerk? Well, okay. Hi, Dorito. How is you? Go chop wood. Oh, look at my dumb little face. Oh, chat's covering. Nope, never mind. Chat's not covering it up. We're good. Just woke up from a nap, still tired though. Dang. I feel that though. I slept most of today and I'm still tired. I woke up with a migraine. Let's get some more berries just to be safe. And we'll put this right here for now. Here your coal. Let me see in the top left. Find more food. And build farms. Make some berry bowls. Oh, it's Ratel again. And soup crusading. And those who are not willing convert them by force. Ah. Also, I'm still working on prepping the donathon stuff. I just don't know how long I have. I don't know how, like, I don't know if that makes sense. So I think tomorrow I will share something in the Discord about it, because I started working on the graphic for it. I have 4 hearts. Got some meat from that bird. Unless she who don't follow the ways of the old faith will be destroyed. I don't want to read it. I want to destroy that. There we go. Let's see. Can I get bone pieces? Oh, I can't get bone pieces yet. That sucks. Alright, let's go visit this one first. Sonic. Conduit degree power, promise liberator of the one that waits below. Many lifetimes ago, or has that yet to be? I've still never understood. Can you just see the future in the past at the same time? Is he like stuck in time? I'm gonna do the lovers. That extra heart. Hi, Scout. You lurking listen as I drive home? Heck yeah. Thank you for lurking. I wish I could collect the bones. Like, I know I have to wait until the next part of the tutorial, but it'd be nice if I could collect them early. Oh, I never finished telling you guys the other day. My neighbor, like my favorite neighbor, is moving, and I found out why. So, like, her landlord sold the house because Zeph was helping her. You're just gonna yoink the steer for a second. And like that alone sucks, but I found out she could have bought the house if her boyfriend wasn't put in jail. How funny. It's not funny. Oh, I'm writing about a deer right now. What I'm hearing is that needs to be a mystery. Mystery needs to enter the follower raffle. Which, by the way, if you guys haven't seen this extension before, you can enter to be a follower. Like when I go to, and granted I'm doing a mercy kill. Oh no. Go away, Lushy. I wanted the bird. Lushy. The blade, lamb, as all your kind were, and yet here you stand before me unrepentant. Crown his power, could it be? Yeah, bitch, it is. Turn tail and run, little lamb. I think the fuck not, you trick-ass bitch. I will eat you, Lushy. I will beat your ass. A character while character sleeping, character hears it, notices more. Ew. %. Get the grass. Likely from a bandit in the area. Ah. Or deer. Poor enough, little lamb. My followers are willing to do anything for me. Can you say the same of yours? Lushy, you might like to bully me. They'll do anything for the memes. Self to the cause, O mighty leader. Let the great ones destroy the red crown. Oh, Jesus. Please spare me. Follow your teachings faithfully. Yoink? No, we're gonna take the gold. We can always use more gold. Alright, there's one bishop down. actually gonna try doing this with controller. I don't normally play with controller. Our faithful flock. Alright, mystery, you're up. Follower raffle. What is this raffle? Hi, Suni. Basically, you can do like a little follower. Like you can design what you would want your follower to look like and join to rent any time I recruit somebody for our Cult of the Lamb thing. Bleh. So you would just be a follower in the cult. There's nothing else you would really do with the follower, just would have your Twitch name. Instead of just having a random name. I don't get it. I'm sorry. It's like a... So, with Cult of the Lamb, I recruit people. And anytime I go to indoctrinate somebody into the cult, y'all have the chance to design your own little follower and enter this little... Yeah, it would have your username. But it would be, like, your choice of what the follower would look like. Nope, it's just a little, like... It'll show up as you. The little extension. It'd be close to bingo. It's kind of like an overlay on the screen if you're on the PC. If you hover over the actual screen, it should pop back up. Do you want me to wait, Mystery, or do you want me to go ahead and close the first one? Because I have two I can do right now. I've also got a cat on my lap. I don't see it, so up to you. Okay. Hey, Silent made one. Traits are immediately gain 10 faith, 15% harder to level up, and generates devotion 15% faster. Nice. He's got this little fox. And we're gonna send him to Mindstone. Worker Worship. Fire Shrine. I'll leave you for right now. I'm gonna build the shrine first. You see right there, I've got mine. Because, yeah, it's on the overlay. You can customize it real quick while I'm building this. Yeah, it's on the live stream part. It's an overlay instead of a panel. Back in the day, it used to be a panel, if I remember right. Alright, so you see how I've got my name and it's just a purple cat? That's the one I designed. You just please spare me. Follower raffle. Start raffle. Yeah, that's just so it can link to your name. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead. Volunteered. Heck yeah. Oh, Scout got you. Oh. Scout is terrified of death. Whenever another follower dies, they'll lose 5 faith. And gain faith when building better sleeping quarters. So then I should be able in the next raffle, you should be able to actually enter again with the same design. Oh, yep, see? Thank you, Jazz. I will hydrate. Oh, I keep meaning to grab another drink. I thought I did earlier, but apparently not. But how is you? I grab my drink real quick before I end the raffle. And turn on my overhead light. Because it is starting to get dark. And I don't want to get the headache. Go ahead and end that. There's mystery. Create a blue fox. And we're gonna send mystery to worship as well. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, there's some berries. Still need more stone. We'll put this. I can't put it right there. I'll put it right there for now. Preach sermons to grow stronger and perform rituals to mold the fragile minds of your followers. My favorite thing about the rituals is I can make you guys fight. Faith falls too low, your followers will dissent and eventually leave. Ready to hear your word? Preach a sermon. Alright guys, come on. Time to listen to me yap. It's stream time. Grow stronger, performing sermons allow me to draw power, and higher loyalty, I will get more devotion. Natural, you already see why you were chosen. I fell into this job, thank you, Ratel. You had your cult your deed to declare doctrine so they might obey you. So you get command stone fragments. With this, you'll be able to declare. Okay. Alright, y'all behave. Mama Lunar's gonna go cook some berries. Oh, that was meat. That was beef stew. Or bird stew. I don't know. Oh, we get an axe. There we go. We get some gold. Draw our tarot card. I'm gonna receive double health because why not? Wait, what? Oh. Fleshy. Hear your lies and I smell your fear. No, that's just the fact I haven't showered. Our crown rises again, but what an unworthy bearer it has. You shut the fuck up. Come down to my level. Ow. That was my heart. Hey, give me that half heart back, please. Sophie, can you not? Think I'm done working on the book for tonight? That's fair. Good news. Wishes to grant you a crown ability. Hi, Sable. Hold Y to aim. Oh. Stable. Stop it. Stop it. Stable. Knock it off. He was jumping on me. I don't know why. Thought Seth took her out. Alright, let's go up the other way real quick. Increase movement speed. I wonder what that is. Oh. The tarot card. Hop out later. There's a Out of the Titan server event tonight for the top of the next hour. Heck yeah. Have fun, mystery. Table. Ow. One sec, chat. Okay, there we go, chat. Sorry. So, well, I guess I had to go out again. Stuff did take her out. There we go. We got one meat from a bird. Ooh, hello. These forgetting gods to be forgotten. Mayhaps they left, mayhaps they slept. Maybe they were devoured and in turn. Roots, webs, blah blah blah. Oh, that was nice of Haro. That's a lot of tarot cards this run. Pack rate. Yeah. Oop, that was not meant to. There we go. Recycle that. Day 2. Let me go get this real quick. Alright, so whenever I'm hit, it'll cause damage to everything. I'm trying to get back to early on day 2. Yeah. Thank you for lurking, mystery. There we go. Just gonna yoink them. Some fervor. I'm gonna choose the follower form. Because I want to actually get that achievement for once. Alright, and back we go. Real quick, I do need to call some bingo stuff. Hydrate. Muted. There you go. Do not disappoint me. Sorry, that's all I do. I can't join bingo for some reason. Maybe refresh mystery. You won't lose your card if you refresh. I'm gonna do a quick wrap. Acting like there's not an active game on my side. Let me check. Yeah, I've got the active game up. That's why I say refresh. To fix it, good. Your page when you went live, so that's probably why. Yeah, especially if I start it. After a certain amount of time. Normally I start it before any of you guys get in. Oh, he can be pet. Use form. I'm gonna leave him as that. You go clear rubble. Unlock. And then we'll get the body pit just in case somebody decides to go on a live while we're on a crusade. Alright, which one of you guys? Y'all are old enough to clean up after yourselves. I can't talk to myself whenever y'all are yapping because then it's gonna be like, oh, you interrupted them. Are you sure? Work and worship. Alright, it's time for stream. You think about it, me streaming really is a cult. Because y'all keep coming back. You're here for me yapping like a weirdo. Stream has been going on for an hour already? Yeah. Clear a new doctrine. Bonfire ritual. Heck yeah. Performing rituals and providing the needs will keep their faith high. Bones of your enemies are required to perform such rituals. Destroy skeletons. This is why I said I wish I could have had their bones earlier. Y'all think I just want bones for bones. No, I need them for my rituals. Y'all are probably hungry. Alright, quick, somebody get a berry bowl. Alright, Scout's getting food. Just remember, no matter what, we do not feed the mods in the cult. The mods know how to cook their own food. Ooh, a dagger. The only downside is it's much harder to get birds with the dagger. They just don't have the reach like that. Oh, let's go see Quanek. Destiny immutable? No. Got bones. Wait. Okay, I was about to say. Please tell me it wasn't the you fighting. Ta-da. Oh, ads are running. Okay. Oh, we had a tarot card. Earn 25% less forever. Heck yeah. I'm gonna do the follower. The shops will appear later. Gonna yoink you real quick. Was Sable well behaved?
Well, she was well behaved. It's just the other three escape artists,
Oh.
led by the big escape artist.
By Ophi.
Yep.
Oh, the cat's almost started a riot, chat. There we go. Trying to find a good way to sit so I can lean back and just play with my controller. I gotta tab into VTube Studio real quick to calibrate how I'm sitting. There we go. Alright, double health when healing. It was meant to be recycle, not you. Steel devotion. Man, y'all are getting some really slow devotion. Recycle. That meat. Oh, we got a tarot card. Bones from here. Increase weapon damage. And on to the next room. Oh, that's weird. It's like that little capybara looking thing. Capybara. Barbados. Ow. There we go. Convert him. Use blueprint stone. Let's use the blueprint. Rest of the stuff in the room. Oh, there's another room off of here. Oh no, that's just the exit. Killed 63 enemies. Hell yes. I can read y'all's minds now, chat. I can tell what dirty thoughts you're thinking. Let me clean this before I talk to you, Silent. Great leader, cult's growing by the day. It's time you gave it a name. Actually, wait, no. I got a better name. There we go. Because y'all read your thoughts. Busted on my behalf. Read mind. Trying to make myself not be a jerk by being all sweet and cute. Oh, Mystery's being... Got farm plots now. Alright. Got morsel. Hey, give me my money. Guys, you guys can clean up after yourselves. Alright. Now we're just gonna mine this overnight. That way I can move some buildings over here. God, this takes forever. Trying to find- actually I should try and find Weber. In case y'all didn't know, there is a little spider follower. You have to find the spider that's gonna have a skull. Bury it in a body pit, and then bam, you get Weber. Alright, follower raffle. Give you guys a minute to see if you want to join. While we're waiting on that, I do have a new redeem to show you guys. So you guys can actually handcuff me now. And there's actual specific, like... I swear if that didn't just go off. Did it not go off? Oh, I have to fix that later. It's supposed to do this. Wait, did I not set it up on... Well, that's something I'll fix later. Oh, does the licking work fine? Test trigger. Wait. Oh, I see why it's not. I forget to turn auto reconnect back on. I think I fixed it, chat. Yep, there we go. So now handcuffs should work. There we go. Guys, look. Handcuffs. Do that again, just because I got distracted. Because I didn't realize I had to reconnect it manually because I didn't turn on auto reconnect. That's why it wasn't working. But it's connected now. Give it a little bit longer. Da-da-dum. Da-da-dum. I like the music for this game. Alright. Randomize the name. I can make Sonic chat. Strong constitution, compatible, and a natural skeptic. Oh no. Oh no. Worship. Well, you know what? I need to build 2 more beds. Yay, new buildings. Like that. Indoctrinate you. We're gonna leave him in the same form. Another natural skeptic though. Ah. Hold a sermon real quick. And then we'll get the bonfire going. Do a bonfire. Yay! We dancing. Alright guys. Much more you can take from them. Gifts, complete quests, perform blessings, increase their loyalty, and once they're totally loyal to you, they'll give you everything they own. What is this, an MLM? Oh, yeah, of course it's gonna be me. Oh, there's Mystery. I'm sorry, Mystery. Mystery wants to eat grass. Buddy, you are a fox. I don't want to make Mystery eat this. Buddy, we have food. We have normal food. Why are you sorry? Because you walked up to me and said, guys, we can eat grass. And if I rejected the quest, it was gonna, like, drop faith by 25. So I guess Mystery wants to eat grass. Hey, Mystery. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do this to you. Just interact, give blessing. Oh, blessed my character too. Interact, gift. You get increased movement speed. You level up. I've just been listening in the background. Well, it's not my fault that you ate grass. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. The grass, it was not my fault. You asked for it. How is it my fault? How? You walked up to me and said, hey, great leader, can I eat some grass? And I was like, I don't know why you would want to, but sure. Won't mommy letting baby fox eat grass? Fun little fact, actually. Mystery. You can breed cultists in this game. I can make a baby fox happen. Let's do Law and Order. Law and Order SVU. Do I go murder or ascend? You guys want murdered or ascended? There we go. Sorry, I have a snack because... Eh. Sorry, I was checking on Zeph and dinner. Do we want murder or ascend? Ascend? Okay. Hi, Money. Hello. How is you? There we go. Hope everyone's having a great day. I'm having a pretty good day. I know Mystery's been working on his book. And followers. I do not want to ascend anyone right now. Oh, it's a cute little kitty. That's so cute. Yo, why aren't you sleeping? It would be so funny if we pulled some pranks on Silent Exo. I don't want to do that. Fine. Yeah, we're not making them... I'm not making them eat shit. Silent likes to lurk. Oh, that's the other side. I can't. Oh, some beds collapsed. Base is an eyesore, we need beauty, let's build decorations in our honor. Okay. We can do that. Ow. Yeah. You get for tripping me. Me. Repair. There we go. Gonna help chop. Help mine for a bit. I have to build decorations. You actually have to earn them. Oh no. Hi, Banana. Thank you for redeeming your daily sacrifice. I'm not gonna make you guys eat grass. Not making you guys eat that either. Correct. Plus... This eye, good banana. Yes, very good banana. Give a sermon. Alright, time to listen to me out for a while, guys. Evil banana be like... This eye. Okay, that's cool. Is that your thing for, like, a bot? I have one, but I have never set it up. Oh god, you guys get to decide my fate. Oh no. Been having so much fun with it. Heck yeah. Gonna go ahead and build that. That! Well, built me! Well, you killed me! That! Oh god, y'all are... Neko! Well, Neko murdered me. Alright. Mystery, did you have to oh no, that was Scout that threw up. Okay. Alright, I gotta clean up y'all's puke. Alright, off to do a crusade. A crusade to get another... or follower. I'm so surprised that that murdered me out of all of you. Alright, Leshy. Got a Bane Sword. Got some meat. Ooh, there's tarot cards. Oh, I need those Carmelas. Or... Camellas. Okay, weapon... Ash... Yeah, Tiff? You gotta tell him about it? Ow. Blue heart. Who doesn't understand streaming. Oh yeah, I got away from work by saying, oh yeah, I got a scheduled stream today. Mama Lunar's just like, well, no. So, she doesn't understand it, but she doesn't get it, like, not in a good way either. Okay, good. We can just build 3 fountains and be good to go. Hi. Yes? You need me to mute? Okay. They think I'm getting big money. Mama Lunar thinks I'm getting paid a lot, but she also doesn't realize that I'm not. Because I told Mama Lynn, I was like, it's essentially my job since I'm not working. Please don't interrupt too much. And she's just like, no, gaming's less important. Also, Neko, thank you again for helping with that. With the stuff. I mildly fucked it up a little after, but I fixed it. I forgot to turn on auto reconnect. I still gotta do stuff, so BRB. No worries, Banana. I appreciate you being here. Take care of your stuffs. I forgot to auto reconnect StreamerBot to VTube Studio, so it wasn't working and I was like mildly panicking. Alright, Leshy, what do you want now? You're beginning to annoy me, little lamb. Wanna end well for you? Okay. Hasn't ended well for you yet, Leshy. That's a lot of golden nuggets. Want better chest. I wonder what this way. Oh. Nice health. Oh. Well, okay then. I don't know what that did. It's a fishing guy. Get out of here. I want the Carmelas though. And this bird. Oh, I missed the bird. I got some fishies. There's the birdies. Cycle that. Receive double the health. We're gonna go for the follower. Oh, where's the doggo? There we go. Recover that fervor. You just yoink. Alright, first boss battle. Deal that devotion for breaking it. Alright, a flower arch. Oh, so we can do 2 fountains and a flower arch. Alright, equip that. Cycle that. Go get a tarot card. $25% less. Pick that up. And a half a heart. All enemies will be dealt 2 damage. Yeah. Break the seal on Leshy's door. Hi, Leshy. Think you're tired of you, little lamb? Well, take a fucking nap. There we go. Got Leshy's heart. Oh, we got a bunny! And a Leshy trophy. I'm gonna collect the bones real quick. Then get back, build those decorations, and then go do the rest of the quest. Like a grain of sand before a tidal wave. Oh god. Y'all are getting to decide my fate. I didn't even get to see what it was. A deadly dish. Oh no. I feel like I'm gonna come back and... Okay, one bed is broke. Well, two bed are broken. Deadly dish has spawned somewhere. No, not Valfar. Oh shit. Hi, Scout. Oh, thank you, Scout. That was a very bad time, though. Prepare for burial. Alright, Valfar. Just you and me, buddy. Neko single-handedly trying to murder my entire cult. Oh, Silent Exo. No, I want to help you build. I need to go do a sermon. And then there were 5. They're all tired. Sleep. Actually, yeah, you need to sleep too. Someone's gonna start rioting soon, I just know. At least y'all didn't overreact to start puking everywhere with the dead body. There's a little spider for Weber. Just in case, we're gonna put a prison over here. We get Weber. Get a bunch of new decorations. Path event got rescheduled. I'm sorry, Mystery. I'm sorry, Silent. I want to bless you. Oh, you were so close. Indoctrinate. I'm gonna give that a minute. I need to make bit badges. Before my Canva subscription renews. I need to cancel that. I'm gonna end raffle. Oh, Neko. Neko is there. Neko is a pink cat. Polyamorous and naturally obedient. If only Neko were petable. Fetal worship. Speak to Neko. Give blessing. Alright. I need to make another bed. I need wood for a bed. Actually, I'm gonna help out Barbados over here. Now I can buy a bed. I don't think I needed to buy one, but because I had to repair this one. But just in case. Alright, let's go to shack. We got a mouse form. Hi, Tiff. Gonna take her to those berries. And we're gonna go play Knucklebones. I'll play against Rateau, and then I'll see if you guys want to play. Match dice. Ooh, we got a 5 right off the bat. Hi, Kirby. Welcome in, Raiders. You guys are doing some Ace Combat 7. How was that? How was your stream? Hope it was good. It was good? Heck yeah. Got the bed, so Ace Combat 7. That makes sense. Give me a sec. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting my ass kicked by Ratel. Yeah.
Well, to add on to the ass kicking, we are currently out of fajita seasoning.
Use just regular taco seasoning then.
Okay. You want me to win for you?
No.
Are you sure? I can beat you, Ratu. I always do.
I just got bad RNG. It's okay.
I can beat you. To
There we go. Heck yeah. Out of curiosity, Kirby, why do you have 2 accounts? This one's perma shadow banned. Ah. Makes sense.
Hmm? Mm-hmm.
Zev's back here going, uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Ah.
Plus, I like having things separate. That makes sense.
Oh shit.
Swear to God, Ratel. What's that about helping me win?
I wasn't helping you.
Uh-huh.
That was 64 to 46. Here. I got
No.
this. I got this. Let's coach you through this. Here's how we're gonna play a dice game of risk and rewards. I'm letting them do its thing still. Alright. So we're gonna go center. We go center.
I do not like being coached.
We're gonna go center again. What the fuck?
I'm saving that middle slot in case I get another 6. See?
Ah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a 4 on the 4. 6 on the 6. Good choice. Aha. Aha!
See, I said it was bad RNG. The lamb wins. Finally.
Coached you through it. Now you.
You too.
Also, update about the game. 0 to 13.
Okay. Alright, chat. Do you guys want to try Knuckle Bones? Yeah, I gotta calibrate my model again. So I changed positions. There we go. Fuck! Hi, Tiff. Yeah, Tiff. Alright, chat. I have to be right back for a second. I gotta get Mama Lunar some food. Dinner's ready. So I'm gonna put on some baby no money and we will be right back. I'm back. Sorry, chat. Thank you for the lurk, DJ. The heck did it pause stream for me? I have no clue. Maybe but it doesn't look like it dropped any frames. Anyways. Gonna get you guys fed. Oh no, another helper hindered. Waiting for Neko to murder somebody again. Hi, nice. Y'all helped me for once? Having a Sarco party. I have no clue what a Sarco is, but it sounds fun. I always love nice little V emotes. By the way, nice, how is you? Basically an ancient version of Crocodile. Forgot I have the extension for this. Heck yeah. I think I do need to go crusading again. And y'all are fed. Hey Tiff. I gotta check on the cat. You're not regretting digging in the freezer for something or get takeout. See, I need to go grocery shopping again because I did for a 2-week list instead of a week. Well, instead of the month, so yay. Alright, one sec, chat. Alright. So basically I had to dig in the freezer. What's this? Oh, we can go into an arrow. I don't like the gauntlets. Does anybody else hate them? Like, they feel like a worse version of the daggers. But hopefully you find something yummy, nice. Whether that be takeout or freezer. Sleeping bag is collapsed. Fuck. Alright, which one of you broke your sleeping bag? Can't be jumping on the bed until I get the better beds for you. Alright. Tarot card time. Draw a card. Neko just murdered a baby Sarko. Neko! Neko's committing murder. Not the pumpkin frogs. Oh, similar name. I was about to say. What's over here? Creepy ash tree. Not same Neko. Show feet. Here. I gotta unlock my model. Ta-da. Plate. Thank you for the biddy. Thank you for the biddies, doggone pills. I knew the tag would work. Anyways, welcome in. How are you? I came. Well, good for you. Good for you. And thank you for that biddy. That is the wildest thing someone has said in chat in a hot minute. I just want you to know that, doggone pills. No, mystery. No, they're making mystery starve. Fuck. I gotta hurry up with this crusade. Well, apparently, mystery, to answer your question of what the fuck you just heard. No. I'm not coming. Doggone pills is. Doggone pills gave a bit and was like, show feet, so I showed my model's feet. Ambrosia. No, we get the bison. I'm gonna buy that. I just want to talk to you. I don't want to bump into you. Hi, Suni. How was you? I see that little peeking in. Not well? Oh no! I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. Anytime. Gonna recycle. Get this grass and stuff. Listening earlier about something about eating grass. Yeah, so one of my followers, like, okay, so I have the extension on so you guys can come up and, like, be followers in the cult, in the game too. And Mystery's follower ran right up to me and was like, I want to eat some grass. And I was like, what the fuck? But sure, here you go, buddy. Arrow card. Got an extra heart. I get some commandment stones. Oh, poison. Poison. I don't know. Vert. Well, I want the pumpkin seeds. Cool, I can sacrifice y'all now. Hi, Mystery. I promise I'm getting you food. Yes, Mystery, go get your foods. Oh, Thoron broke his bed. Barbados! Good follower, I maintain the lawn. Yes. Neko! First you kill me, then you kill Barbados. And technically Veilfar, because you did... the missionary. Alright, I need to... be cooking. Yes, Mystery, go eat. Interact. Go eat. So you don't die. I'm gonna sit here and watch Mr. eat. And I go to bed. Okay, I need to clean up after y'all. Gives me fertilizer. we get to upgrade our broom. Alright, which one of you broke your silent? Hi, Scout. What do you want? You're craving. I need to meet minced follower meat. Do I have to kill one of you guys? Alright, we're gonna do another follower raffle. This one is a night owl and loses faith when getting sick. Well, okay. Stream keeps meeting for me. I'm sorry. I have no clue. It tends to do that sometimes when Twitch is having issues. I don't know why Gwazon just decided to sleep in the bed. We'll sleep on the floor. Actually, wait, no. We'll do that. I'm sad Neko's follower is not edible. The blessing. Gift. Let's give Neko the skull necklace. Hide it. Alright, give a sermon and then Oh, do we want the marriage or the fight pit? Yeah. Do you guys want to be able to fight each other? Or marry the cult leader? Because I kind of want to watch you guys fight. You want Mary and fight? I can only get one right now, Mystery. I have to go back through after. So which one do we want right now? Y'all want to just be able to fight the fuck out of each other? Mystery says fight. Anybody else got a strong opinion either way? You want to fight each other? I'm only listening, I want to fight. Alright. Actually, I feel like fighting is the smarter choice right now, so nobody makes a Sweet Home Alabama joke. Yeah, we're gonna do... Actually, I'm gonna wait until the poll's up just in case. Alright, who do we want to fight first? I can't res anybody yet. So I think we should probably hold off until... Yeah, I think we should hold off on fighting until we get enough to... do the ascent, like do the resurrect. That way y'all aren't like dead. Alright. Gotta visit... Oh, Mystery, do you want to fight somebody already? Place is gross. Someone will get sick. It's not that dirty! Devoted fertilizer. Someone really was thinking of me when they took that shit. My faith in you. Thank you, Mystery. Bless. Gal? What? Why? Read mind. You all look tired, but you don't seem to be. And we got a summoning circle. Alright. Let's go to the Pilgrim's Passage. Berries. I'll get a chicken. Wait, where's the... Oh, that's where the red panda is. Hello. He would not listen. Oh, there goes my wood. Hell yeah, we get more worshippers. Forgive our sins, Lamb of Light. Bonus resources. Gracie. That was rude. Decorations. There's a fishy dude. Yay, we got fish. Crab, lobster, octopus, and a squid. Let's do some more fishing. I love when games have this little cozy fish. Okay, there's some squid. And there is... Ooh, there's a lobster. There's a lobster. Give him a squid. Oh, get a follower for him? There we go. A crab, and now we need an octopus. Nope, that's a lobster. There's some gold bars. F. I'm not holding it, I'm just spamming it. Well, no fish. Let's give the crab to him real quick. Alright, let's check on you guys and then go crusading. Oh no. Another helper hinder. Oh. Y'all. I thought that was there for a reason. Alright, you guys got food. Gonna switch to phone later? Heck yeah. I do homemade. Gotta make pancakes. Heck yeah. We're gonna buy this follower. And then yoink. I'll actually watch now. Alright. Hey, there's a little guy. Some seeds. Well, let's buy some vanilla seeds. I don't have any crops growing right now, but I'll need that later. Tiffany. So Tiff's gonna be the death of me. She keeps hopping on my keyboard and stuff. Oh, it's the mushroom cult. Eh. Poor grotto. Oh, there's a mushroom. Oh. I didn't mean to kill y'all, but okay. I was just trying to break down the tent. But I can't even break down the tent anyways. That was an oopsie. Yeah, I'm not about. Oh, I wanted that follower. Let's see, what's in here? Oh, but it's just in the next room. I need the better chests. Y'all keep knocking over your sleeping bags. Follower harvest bonus resources. Nice. Go this way. Yeah. Let's go get the tarot card. Find strength. Boop, boop. Get some more bones. I want all of your bone. Alright. Remote stream can't do two on phone. Alrighty, have fun. Lose red hearts, gained diseased hearts. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright. We're gonna take this. Cycle that. Oh god, you guys are getting to decide my fate again. Why do you guys like hindering me so much? Ow! Why? What did I do? Alright. Um... Ooh. That is dangerous. My health is getting really low. Arts, thank you. This is really bad. Whew. Ooh, that was close. Rude. Just gonna yoink you for being so rude. Ooh. Pumpkins, big gift. We've got pumpkin seeds, so we'll take the big gift. Bunch of gold. Turn to the cult. There we go. We all need sleep. Whew. Unlocked the refinery. Let's do a follower raffle real quick. See if anybody wants to join the cult. Oh. Oh. Welcome back, Mystery. Hello. Well, have I been doing in game lunar? Well, somebody made you starve. You ate grass. Let's see. I think you're sleeping now because you broke your sleeping bed like twice now. Why are you not in bed? But I'm not gonna question it. Someone made me starve. It's a plot event in the game. Scout made his bed felt. And I need wood for that. When they're like the lower tier like this, they have the chance to break each morning. Let's see. Afterlife. You have so many followers. Neko killed 3 of them. We would have 3 more. Doctrine. The helper hinder thing that pops up every 20 minutes, I believe. He didn't choose who, but the first one was me. Like here. Me. I will go show you their graves before we indoctrinate that one. There's mine. There's Valefar and Barbados. Only one of them was accidental with a deadly dish. Let's do a follower raffle. Sadly, I'm still alive. Yes, you are still alive. Alright, I'm gonna wait till ads are done for this. Oh. Alright. You get to go worship. There's not enough beds, I don't care. Well, I need more wood. Alright. Alright, we now have enough beds for all the followers. Give y'all some blessings. Mystery's already level 3. Oh, I also gave you a necklace that makes you run faster. Missionary. Weber's level 2. Alright. I'm gonna run a little thing. And it's you guys can pick who goes onto the thing. Like who goes on the crusade. This is basically you get to go for resources and you basically have a risk of dying, but you might not. And you might bring back stuff for the cult. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and end the vote. Nope, Mystery gets to go. You're also our best shot, so I'll send you for some meat. Good luck, Mystery. I sent you for the highest survival chance one. Unless she was slaughtered. I didn't want to go though. It's a cult, not a democracy. Do sometimes hunt IRL. Well, put your hunting seals to use, Mystery. You might be able to get us some good dinner. Oh god, why is my tracking not working? Okay, there we go. There we go. Does it always need more? There we go. Bring him 10 mushrooms. Oh, nice. I follow reform. Capybara. See what you put a poll out there? Yeah. I want your opinion, so it doesn't mean I'm gonna go with what you guys say. Speaking of a poll, there's a help or hinder. I can't leave while y'all are deciding my fate. You get some voting in the cult. Healing Bay. What? Y'all. You're going to jail, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, no. It pops up on your screen. I am out of prisons. Oh, no. I could just sacrifice him. That is an option. Murder is an option here. Hi, Haru. I need that last dummy to go down. There we go. I need wood. Okay. Need hearts. Oh, we get relics unlocked. There we go. That is a lot of damage. Clock's ready for another sermon. I need food and... Oh fuck, this is gonna be bad when I get back. Okay, okay. Oh. Well, that sucks. That's one of my favorite follower types. Because I know it's like a 50-50 on what's the right answer. Basically you get a dialogue option and you... If they're angry enough, they don't join you. No, you're good. It's like... It's a 50-50 on it being the right dialogue option. I need wood, I need wood. Make an offering. Fine, I'll just take my gold back. Alright. Do the wood, and then we go back to the cult. There we go. That's enough to build a couple prisons. If somebody wanted to curse the followers. I really hope I'm not too late. I know one's dissenting without being in prison. Not interested, Kamak. There we go. We got that. Got an eye of the witness. Go home. I really hope this isn't gonna be bad going back. Da, da, da. Not require any resources. Heck yeah, guys. I'm gonna need it here in a minute. I'm gonna put Eligos in prison. Alright. Re-educate.
Salam baka.
I really thought that was about to be a dissenter. I really did. I was worried.
Salamat ka na. Payam.
Do follower raffle. And I'm gonna get up and stretch while we're doing this. Alright, I lit a candle, stretched my hips, and pet the cat. So we can end the raffle. I went, oh my god. Welcome to the cult. You get cynical and your working speed slower. Welcome aboard. You can worship. Okay. I really have to get glad to be here. Welcome in. I have to ask, is there a story behind the username? Because we've got an I'm bad with money, okay, and then we got Ooh, now. Have I made it back from the crusade yet? You have not yet. No story, just my existence. That's fair. Don't want to wake you up with a spider. Aha. Do I have enough? Oh no, I need to get a divine upgrade. Actually, no, we're gonna get. I want to do that, but I like the look of the diseased heart. Do a sermon. Go re-educate those two. My wife liked the flowers I bought her, pink roses. Heck yeah! I actually got pink roses recently. I think I put the picture in Discord. If not, I can real quick. But Zeph got me flowers and pink roses. Alright, Weber, are you ready to come out of the timeout yet, buddy? Right mind. Release. And we'll even bless you, buddy. Oh, I forgot to turn on Pulsoid. It's a bingo thing for you guys. That was sweet as F. It was. Also, I'll give you guys me getting someone killed because 3 of our cultists have died. And we'll put you to work, Weber. And you can worship. Oh yeah, next ritual doesn't cost anything. I'm sorry, I just want to bless you. Interact. Give blessing. I wish they did something special for mods. Like, if somebody's modded and they have a cultist, that it showed that they were a mod. Rituals. Alright, fight. I'm gonna see if it'll let you guys decide. Alright. You guys can. I'm gonna give that a minute. Oh. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? Is that Nuka Heart? Just to make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Hope your stream was good. You guys were doing some Dead by Daylight. Hi! We're doing some Cult of the Lamb. I got it right? Heck yeah. Mystery, you should be able to look at, like, the cult followers. Nuka-Cola plus heart. Heck yeah. I figured that's what it was. I wasn't quite sure. But how was your stream? Were you guys doing some Survivor or Killer? Go ahead and end this vote real quick. Oh. There's Neko. And we'll let you guys decide. Playing Survivor? Well, heck yeah. Who do you main? You don't mind me asking. And if you guys do have to raid and run, I totally get it. Thank you for bringing your community over. Do your post-stream stuffs. We'll still be here. Let chat decide. Thank you. Felix Richter, sometimes Maria. Ooh. I like Felix's perks. Games were weird. I was doing bad today, to be honest. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't played DBD in a hot minute, honestly. How's your stream going? It's going good. We've just been playing some Cult of the Lamb. Had to end up completely rushing building 2 prisons because chat cursed my followers. What are we voting for? Mystery, we are voting to who's gonna fight Neko. This game, but I haven't gotten the opportunity to get it. I highly recommend it. I will say though, let me check before I say this. There is a website I buy my Steam games through that you can usually get them a little cheaper. Not much cheaper, but cdkeys.com. That is the one that I use. Alright. Oh. So I love your e-tutor. Thank you. Alright, we get to see Neko and Zeph's bot account. He was before it's great. Heck yeah. Oh no. I don't know which one's the murder. Is that on my screen or is that... Okay, yeah, that's a game. Mercy. Okay. What?
I volunteer as tribute.
Well, you did get to fight Neko.
Did I win or lose?
You won.
Oh. I volunteer as tribute.
Let's see. Oh, we spared Neko.
Yay!
Alright, Neko survived. Neko lives to mod another day. Interact, bless. There we go, now I can get the stone mine for the quest. Also put that there. Oh yeah. Okay, I've already re-educated him today. Clean up, make them some food. Because apparently Neko doesn't feed the colt. I burned a few pancakes. That's okay. Hey, Grenna, what do you need? Alright. I got a plan for this. Gonna indoctrinate them. Spatula so burned in half, melted into a pancake. Oof, I hate when that happens. We're gonna do a follower raffle. Just a heads up to if you guys decide to enter the follower raffle, I am about to sacrifice this elderly thing. But I do plan on resing it. You're a plant. You're a plant, Dorito? Took the plastic out, ate anyways. My wife, the non-burned one. Mystery, that is dangerous. The plastic could have leached into the rest of it without being noticeable. Threw that spatula away? Good. I kid you not, when Zeph and I got together and we moved in together, I kid you not. He had some non-heat safe utensils that he was using on a skillet, And I kid you not, this man thought the black, like, little particles on the skillet were from the skillet's coating wearing off. No, he was melting its spatula every time. I dug out all around it. Okay. Just be careful, mystery. Oh, Dorito gets sacrificed. Will break themselves and others out of prison. Might run away if frightened. Dorito. You're gonna be breaking the dissenter out of prison. Dorito Frito Burrito has reached old age. Well, ooh, tarot card. Not just the strip. My wife wanted to melt one so she felt comfortable eating it. I'm so confused. Alright. Dorito, you get ascended. Because you were old. And it was just surface layer melt. Ah. Well, Dorito, it's fine, take me out. Well, you got taken out back, Dorito. However, my plan is in fact to res you. So you will be back. Neko, why are you exhausted? You know what, this tracks. Go sleep. Sleep class. Resurrect a buried follower is an option. You guys brought me back. I'm back. Am I still a jerk? I am still a jerk. Yep. Guilt trip me. Make me feel bad. Give a blessing. Lunar finally remembers to res Dorito. I was gonna forget to res myself first, if anything, if y'all hadn't. Oh wait, I need to make another bed for y'all. Complete quest. There we go. There's those. We're gonna build a bed. I should be so you both lead and follow. Yes. This is why you all call me a girl failure. The official Lunar has a split personality. I do not. Oh, sorry, Scout. Or a fraternal twin. I was supposed to be a twin. That's the sad thing. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I shouldn't have gone there yet. It's fine. I'll make this a quick run. And then we'll bring Dorito back. No, it's okay. No. You are fine, Mystery. I'm laughing about it. I'm laughing about the joke. I promise. I'm trying not to already die. I will hydrate. Thank you, Mystery. Ah, I'm being pelted. Oh, I can't get another draw. Oh, that's a lot of hydrates. There we go. Oh, I'm being handcuffed. Why am I being handcuffed, Mystery? And I'm being licked. I'm being licked. Close. I think that's both of them. Ah. I can't. No! Why are you all starving? Scout's starving, Silent's starving. Thoron, my little Sonic knockoff, is starving. Let's see. There's a bunch of food. Alright, we got that. Let's get the wood. Make this more of a resource gathering run than an enemy. You can basically use it to send a message in game. I recommend waiting until I'm back at the cult, though. You're going to. And it just shows up kind of like TTS, but it shows up as your follower saying it. Alright, let's go get tarot card. Extra heart. Yes. Alright. We're gonna take this one instead. Cycle that, because that one's not very useful. Like your shrimp from Walmart. That was a heck of a distance. Alright, there's the boss room. Zipar. And there we go. Break that stuff down. It's Zeph's cousin Zipar. His long lost twin. Do the follower form. It's a little fennec fox. That's the wrong way. Return to cult. Go and feed all of you. Oh gosh. Oh, Neko's starving too. Neko! Not my favorite. I'm kidding, I do not have favorites with the mods. My crusade take long.
Selamat ka na. Ayun.
Oh god, Weber is ill. I forgot to clean up after you guys. Better rest. So the cult leader has favorites. Good to know. I don't actually have favorites. Dorito's dead, so I can't claim him as a favorite right now. Ah, Dorito, you are still dead. That is not my fault. He's still dissenting. He gets another day in the prison. Wrong button. Alright. Wake up. Oh, you still haven't rest. I'm working on it. I gotta get Weezon to not die. Gal needs to sleep. Crown. Afterlife. Ritual of Resurrection. There. We can bring Dorito back. Dorito will be back. Why is my model's mouth just open? There, Dorito is alive again. It's fine. See, I told you guys. I wouldn't forget Dorito. Got him. He has risen. Just to get us with with a D's nuts joke. And there's not enough beds for you fuckers. I hear Zeph tippy tapping on the window. We're gonna upgrade this, this. It will help Dorito build a bed. Zeph misses Zapastia. I should help you out. You guys build that one. Why was Dorito scared of me there? Dorito's just so frightened. I'm sorry, chat. I am trying to get you guys to your beds. Egwee's on. Thoron stealing. Well, I will jail them in the morning. Or Zeph wants to talk about a car's extended warranty. Well, he just came in here saying he was gonna go get food. Like, one of our friends, IRL, texted him like, hey, we have leftovers. So he's gonna go pick that up. Because we gave the same, like, last time we made ribs, we took some over to that friend. Alright. Dorito's got his nicer house. Dorito just woke up like, alright, I'm going to my bed. Sleeping bag has collapsed. Damn it, Thoron. Oh wait, Dorito will break people out of prison. Cult leader was under surveillance and couldn't risk anyone going out. No, I have IRL friends. Alright, Thoron. Oh yeah, I need to check on Mystery's crusade again. You have less than a day left, Mystery. There's Zepar. Do another follower raffle. Hi, Prowler. How was you? Give it a little bit longer. Doing okay? Well, that's good. We're just awkwardly waiting. Okay. I'm gonna end the raffle then, and we're just gonna leave Zephyr the way he is. Naturally obedient. Bit frustrated at myself, but I'll be fine. I'm sorry to hear that, Prowler. Zephyr can go mine some stone. Gonna go cuddle with the wife. Have fun, mystery. You know, if I survive the crusade, I will post about it if you do. Or if you die, we're gonna post a screenshot of your funeral in. Gonna bless the cult members. Divine inspiration unlocked. At the outhouse. There we go. Wait for Weber to recover from his illness. Yeah, I don't know why you would want to be reading next to the poop, but need planks. Oh, I need to make the refinery. I need 10 stone for the refinery. I need one more. That sucks. You got the scout. Thanks, scout. I'm just waiting for Dorito to break Thoron out of prison. Wait, who else is exhausted? Gonna reassure Dorito so he's not a scaredy cat. I'm not a scaredy cat, how dare? Dorito, you run away when I approach you. Like, look. I'm just hurting you, like, yes, go let Thoron out of jail. See, you're running away. Dorito! Dorito just shit himself. I chased Dorito until he shit himself. Dorito! Why? I gotta fix that now. So Dorito's follower is a scaredy cat. Like, it has the trait that it runs away when I approach it because he's scared. He broke Thoron out of prison, but I chased him around a little bit. And I chased him so far he shit himself. I'm just hurting Dorito around. Oh, now you have a quest for me. Now you want to talk to me. Okay, fine, Dorito. I will make decorations for you. I will shit all over these floors. Dorito! Dorito, why you gotta shit all over the floors like that? Did kill him earlier, that makes sense. Because he was old. Here, we're gonna put some nice hay bales behind the bedding to block y'all off from the outside. Yes, Dorito, come help build the decorations. You killed me. I wasn't done living my life. Dorito, you were literally on your final days, sir. Fine, y'all don't want my help building. There we go. I was extending your lifespan because if you die of old age, I can't res you. I guess that's a bit better. Wow, Dorito. I could just bully Dorito into not being afraid of me. Hello. No. I don't want old folks around my cult. Hey, let me push the wheelchair. Yeah, down the stairs. I hope you know I'm actually crying laughing right now. Between that and Zeph looking at me like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Dorito, I was making your character young again. I was making you young. Oh my god. Like, alert button incoming. Oh god.
Where's the fountain of youth? Straight down this hole, right here.
Oh, I've fallen. I can't get up. Dorito, you got up. I brought you back up. I Shame, let me curb stomp you.
Hey, Lunar, it's my birthday. Oh, cool. We're gonna send you down this deep, dark hole.
No, I ascended him. There's a difference.
Deep, dark hole.
You're a deep, dark hole. Why are you sleeping on the ground? Go to sleep, Elegos.
Oh.
And Zepar. Oh my god. Oh, why are you guys... Did you two quit breaking your fucking beds? You have enough beds. Oh, Weber's not sick anymore. Oh my god. I need more wood. Is Mr. back from his crusade yet? How are you still not back, Mystery?
Lunar honey, where's the nursing home?
Right down this hole. Oh my god. Dorito, would you rather be old and decrepit and die of your own free will, or would you rather be sacrificed, resurrected, and be young again? Here, we'll even make you guys a confessional booth. That I still can't build. Weber, why are you dissenting again? Oh, because chat cursed you again. Re-educate. Hi, Money. I see you're back with the pink cat. That was you. Dorito, I swear to God, Dorito. So you guys get some food. I fed the mods. My Wi-Fi sucks today, but have a great stream. I'll try to watch when I can. No worries. Thank you for being here. Your followers are no longer starving. See, I fed the mods. I fed Neko. I didn't feed Dorito. You feed mods? See, I said I fed Neko. I said I didn't feed you. I didn't feed Dorito, but I fed Neko. Kinda have to feed Neko being related to him. Is it still favoritism if he's family? Oh, there's a snake! Why is there so much shit around here? Damn. Jesus. That was a hard fight. Oh yeah, Dorito, you weren't here when Neko and I found that out. We actually are related. And no, I did not know that when I modded him. Like, no bullshit, are related. Dorito, you know you can play your. Yep, that's what I was about to say.
Got him!
I was about to be like, you know you can play that multiple times. Get rid of all the bones and the grass. Rescue this one. Oh fuck. There's a spider on the wall, chat. Give me 1 second. No, Gracie. Okay, spider's dead. Ow, 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 ow. Whew. Gracie, stop it. Than dear brother Lushy was? Well, too bad for you. Please be a sword. Not a sword, but I'll take it. Um, cycle that. Alright, now we should be getting closer to the boss room. Four hearts out of 6. Alright, now we're at 5 hearts. I need to do something real quick, chat, that I forgot. Alright. Sorry, I forgot Morg was streaming. Well, I know Morg was streaming, but like, I forgot to do my redeem earlier. My daily check-in. Need the fervor to drop. Ow. Lunar's still murdering old folks? Yes, I'm murdering old folks. Because Hecate is old and I need her to cease to exist. Collecting the Social Security afterwards. That part, no. It is very hard to fool the IRS. No! Yeah, I'm talking about in-game. Oh hey, you're back.
Salam kambayana. Salam kambayana.
Yes, go sleep, mystery. No, there's not actually an IRS. I'm just making the joke. Okay. You did well. Was I good? A good cultist crusader? Yes, you brought back many. Educate. You brought back many pieces of meat. You had very successful hunt. Alright, I guess we'll make Weber eat a bowl of shit. No! Silent! Oh no. I don't know. Weber wanted to eat it. Who am I to say no? Wait a minute. Bye. When did you? I was wondering when you got there. Sorry, y'all, but we gotta do a sacrifice. I'm sorry to wake you all up, but there is an imposter among us, and I need to take somebody out back. Kill the spy. Yeah, we're killing the spy. No one spies on our browser history. Alright, everybody needs to go to sleep. I will keep building. The park can be horrified all he wants. Mystery's like flat out horribly exhausted. Now go clean up after y'all. Food. Else's cracks with IRL yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was your crusade. Who else is exhausted? Interact, get blessing. Collect loyalty. Collect loyalty from Dorito. Reassure Dorito that we're not scary. That actually does the shit how refreshing. How else am I gonna get you guys to subscribe to the cult? I gotta provide value. I'm pure of heart, dumb of ass. Oh, Dorito's getting into it. What? Neko wants something? Later. Wizen's a spy. I will talk to him. I will have to wake him up, though. Oh, Neko and I are arguing. It's just a family feud. Alright, follower raffle. Come join the cult. I promise you are safe as long as you are not a spy and not a elderly person. I had to think of the word. Because if you need life alert, you're going to be life alerted. Although I can't guarantee I won't feed you radioactive shrimp from Walmart. No one? Okay. That's fine. My stocks in life alert, they're gonna go out of business. Nah, we're a tiny cult. Clinical, strong constitution. There we go. Get a little giraffe. Worship. Interact. I've already blessed today. Work. Mind stuff. Dorito. You were fine. Read mind. Alright. Let's go do knuckle bones real quick. I don't know who's technically exhausted. That's my thing. Like, it's not showing me. There's Flinky. Alright, let's redeem myself over to Flinky. Ba-da-dum. Love the knuckle bones music. Well, fuck. Ba-da-dum. Well, fuck. I see mystery contributed to the cult's totem. Thank you. Those are the game. Okay, so I'll go back into them here in a second. Son of a bitch. Alright, there we go. So it ends when we have all nine, when one of us has all 9. But cool, we're immune to poison now if we get that card. Pinnacle Bones. Gracie. Gracie just shut my office door. So here's the how to play. When you match the dice, you get more points. And your goal is to destroy your opponent's dice by matching yours to theirs. I don't understand the math, but when you get it basically like multiplier her. So see where I get a... Oh no, she jumped to the top of the door. See where we get a 6 and a 5. If I get a 4 or a 2, I can't show you guys with that. But where he just put down a 6, it destroyed mine. And got rid of my 1s. But my 6 destroyed his. And a 3 and a 2 adds up to a 5. So there we go. We win against Flinky again. Here, let's do one against chat. I get to roll first, somehow. If when in doubt, vote to destroy one of my dice. That's all I gotta say, chat. Try to stack like dice and try to destroy mine. Like I would put that one in the middle column to destroy my 3. Bum, bum, bum. Mhm. Oh no. Fuck. Oh no. This is a close game, chat. Y'all are doing very good. Oh, we're tied. Oh no. Damn, chat beat me. Congrats, chat. Alright. Select the little fervor thing. Go back to the cult. Who has that little bit of exhaustion? Bless all of you. Oh. Oh. Bed rest. Y'all just shit everywhere. Like, I mean, just absolutely everywhere. Because I already claimed it. When I first got back, I claimed it. Either that or where I wasn't killed in that one run. Yay, offerings! Aubrey, wake up. And go sleep. Right. Oh, I did already build a refinery. Plus... Interact. Gift. And Dorito shit himself from fear again. Dorito, why do you keep shitting everywhere out of fear? Alright, Neko. I'm so confused. Why did it not show the message? I am so confused. We'll give Brenna a necklace. I don't know, it seemed just did in regular chat. I will have to fix it later. It has been a hot minute since I initially set it up. So it may just need reactivated. Actually, let me see. Unless we did. Which I should be able to refund your points. Alright, try it again, Mystery. Now that I'm over here. Because I can see both of you. I have no clue. I'm gonna Weezon in prison. And I'm gonna reject that again. Play all of the other ones. I'll hydrate. Thank you, Mystery. I guess it's broken. I'm gonna like Weezon sit there until Neko decides. Oh, not Neko. Dorito decides to free him. Alright, let's do another one of the Afterlife ones. Oh no. Chat. We know what we have to do. The respect your elders trait. Where all members gain the good die young. 10 faith if an elder is sacrificed, murdered, or consumed. But lose 20 if they die naturally. Well. This is not the Cult of Life alert. Alright, it's been about 5 hours. I'm gonna snooze the ads so we can raid out. Neko, hush. Bully myself. Alright, where's Dorito? Dorito is working. We're gonna reassure him. Oh, he's finally no longer a scaredy cat. Dorito's finally not gonna shit himself in fear. I will not forget to check DMs, Mystery. Okay. Just getting a fast forward on the day. That works. I think that's a good stopping point where Dorito is no longer shitting himself in fear constantly. Actually, one last thing to do. The resources. Craft a damn healing center. Alright, chat. We are gonna raid out. Do I know two? No. Actually... Ooh. We can raid out to who more graded out to. So here is the command. There is that. We are going to go right out to Sakibaka, who is playing Marvel Rivals. But before we do that, just wanted to remind you guys you are loved, you are valued. I don't care if this is your first stream here, or if you've been here every stream. I still appreciate you guys being here, hanging out with me, yapping, the whole works. And like I said yesterday, if any of you get told that you're being too much, fuck the person first of all, and tell them to go find less. Because you matter, you are important. But good night, guys. I'll probably hang around Discord. I don't know. I will hydrate. Thank you, Mystery. But let me see. Is there any other bingo things we can get real quick? Ah, you let the ghosts out. Oh, I did die. I did die. We can do that. And I'm being handcuffed. Why am I handcuffed, Mystery? Alright. Oh, wait. Dorito bullied me. Yeah. Cuff. Alright.